Oh, for sure, don't you know you betcha, sweet young lady, step with me.
Hey, Pierre,
Yeah,
you know who's really cute?
who?
Is the mayor of Minneapolis, Jacob Frey.
Yeah,
Have you seen a picture of him?
no.
No?
I'm broadcasting, by the way, but you can show me.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. Jacob Frey.
Jacob Frey.
Well,
F-R-E-Y. He's a wonderful man. I voted for him.
he looks like the love child of Trudeau, and
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. What?
he looks like the love child of Trudeau and
Yes.
a young Prince Charles.
Well, I wouldn't agree about Prince Charles.
Well, look at his hairdo.
I wouldn't agree about Prince
Oh,
Charles.
well, look, just a minute.
But I do agree about
Trudeau?
Yeah.
Well, just let me find a Prince Charles, a young Prince Charles.
Okay. I'm always open.
Maybe he looks like the actor that plays Prince Charles on The Crown. Maybe that's what he looks like.
This one always gets pushed. Let's pull it back.
I think it was his hair, but all of these.
I believe you.
I mean, if you Prince Charles from the nose up isn't bad. From the teeth down.
Oh, that's terrible.
Well, look at him. He looks.
Well, I can't come there because you got.
Here. Well, I mean, here's. I mean, in his ears. I mean, so
Okay,
you know,
I see.
there's a little tiny bit of him that maybe it's just his hair.
Important conversation we're having.
I think they look alike. A little bit. The hair. I won't hold his heterosexuality against him. Was anyone in the room here or what? Hey Joshua, would you like to join us? Want to come in, say hi, and have the camera pointing to the ceiling. You don't have to have it showing your pretty face. Still here, Joshua? Oh, Joshua. I'm going to do a drawing of that little pile of plastique, I guess. Can you join audio and chat as I draw? So I don't have to look at the screen. And if not, that's okay too. Just I'm in a mood to do a drawing here of this chair and these pillows and this other stuff that's happening in the background here. And I figure I can't do that while I'm reading the screen. I'm reminded of being a kid and playing with my Lincoln Logs. Right now, I'm sort of turning in my drawing. I'm kind of making this scene in front of me look a little bit like a landscape, I guess. And I'm reminded myself of when I was a kid and played with my Lincoln Logs and threw pillows on the floor, and with my Lincoln Logs I built mine, like gold mines and caves and stuff. I didn't hook the notches together. I just propped up the pillows like one does with support beams in the mine. And I remember doing one and then trying to replicate it the next day or something, and it just didn't work. I don't know what I was doing wrong, but it was just so strange how something that seemed so simple I couldn't copy. Oops, I don't want to do that. So Do I want to add color to this thing? I think I do. What color am I going to add to this thing? It's kind of a blue. Everything here is a very gray day today because it's going to snow later. So it's here, use your words. Don't stop just because. Sorry. I'm watching videos on how to do watercolor, and because I have to do this watercolor job as well, and I'm a little, I don't really do watercolor very often, and unfortunately the client is not, sort of doesn't, I think my client doesn't quite understand how watercolor works, neither do I, but I think what I love about watercolor is the looseness of it, and I think she wants it very tight. So I don't think there's anything that I'm going to do that's going to entirely make her happy. But anyway, whatever. I may try to do some watercolor today, not for her, but just to see if I know how to figure out how to do it. Okay, so there we've got that. Now what do I do? Make these plastic bags. So there's what I'm drawing essentially in front of me is a pile of plastic zipper clear plastic bags that contain oriental rugs that are wrapped up so the moths don't get them. We're down in the basement where we had the flooding, and now they're up here because they're going to be continuing to clean the basement and remove the asbestos flooring today. Hi, Friedrich. And okay, I need some bright light. Go toward the light. Well, my proportions are way off. So how are you doing, Friedrich? And how's Parker? Well, I can. What else would you like me to talk about? were talking about how cute the mayor of Minneapolis is. Jacob, what was his name? Jacob something. Look under Mayor of Minneapolis. Type in Mayor Minneapolis cute in Google and you'll see what he looks like. Jacob something. And I said he looks like the love child of Justin Trudeau and Prince Charles when Prince Charles was young. And I ended up not really. I did eventually find one pic of Prince Charles when he was young that looked kind of right. Yeah, I mean he's I guess was very good during the Black Lives Matter riots and stuff that were happening here in Minnesota, ground zero, because of that's where the Floyd murder happened. And but he does remind me of a little bit of Trudeau and a very young Prince Charles. And what are you up to today? Last night we watched a movie about this art dealer in Manhattan that sold forgeries to very rich people. Forgeries done by a math teacher in Queens. And it was kind of neat. Yeah, we're having a winter thing here too. So winter's not over until the fat lady sings. So still winter. Okay, time for the Burgundy. Burgundy. Thank you. Burgundy. Did either one of you see the movie Tim's Vermeer? I watched that the other day. Um, I tend to listen to movies rather than watch them. Frederick, I put them on my iPad and I go to my desk and I'm drawing or doing whatever I'm doing, and I just listen to them. And I find that that works better for my little brain than I'm too fidgety. Um, I look up when I need to, but I find often that I don't need to really look up when I'm watching a movie, TV show, or documentary, because usually the uh, narrator or whoever's talking about the fucking thing does a good job of explaining what I'm supposed to, explaining what's on the fucking thing, So Okay, now I'm almost done. I'm going to attack this get my lightest color out and add my little photon torpedoes. When I'm drawing the light part of a thing, I go choo, 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 like I'm firing photons. How did I make this shadow go the wrong way? How did that happen, Per Gustafson? Okay, ready for the photon torpedoes? Yes, Captain. Redder, browner, darker, darker, I said. Thank you. Okay, lighter. Okay, ready for the photon torpedoes? I know. I've said this already. How many times have I said this? Now, there's quiet photon torpedoes in my arsenal today, aren't they? Am I done? Okay, I'm just going to add a little tiny bit of light brown right here. Come on, right there. Be good. Dark. I think I'm done, people. Stop. Record. Export. Okay. Done. Save. Save image. Upload. Rugs in plastic. 22 minutes. God damn it. I missed the 20-minute limit for doing a fast job. Okay. Save changes. I don't know if you saw, did you see the picture I did of myself sitting in the Lazy Boy recliner? Watching Wheel of Fortune. I said, now I'm officially an old man. Well, okay. Wheel of Fortune is one of those shows that my grandmother used to watch 30 years ago, 40 years ago when she was alive. Obviously, she couldn't watch it when she was dead. And but she would watch it, and then my father, when he got old, he would watch it. It was always come on just before the news, which he'd watch. And then now my brother and his girlfriend and I are watching it too. Part of it is, we watch it because my father watched it. It just became part of the before dinner, cooking dinner era time. And it's just something in the background. And occasionally you look up and you say, why are you buying vowels that cost you money when you can see exactly what the fucking solution is? I think there should be an amount of money that if you were the first spinner of the wheel, and if there was nothing shown, you could say, I know what it is, and guess, and if you got it right, you'd automatically get $20,000 or something if you just used your brain. I mean, part of the thing is, if you are able to figure things out without having to see any letters, you should get credit for that. But that's requiring, of course, people to think. And that's not what people like to do, I guess. Okay, so am I going to learn about watercolor today? Am I going to try to do some? I have like 3 tubes of watercolor. Peer and husband. Yeah, we're carrying on behind your back there, Schiavello. I need to get my pills. I'll be right back. I can stand up. These and these and these. I'm an official old man. Ah! I poured out like way more than I needed. Close Sunday. 2, 3.
Your Heckle has an oncology appointment.
Okay. Look at that. I picked 6 just by chance. Well, oddly enough, I'm pretty healthy for an old man, and for someone who does absolutely nothing to better his health. I don't exercise. I do eat less than I used to, and I don't drink. That's the only thing I've changed. I've lost maybe 50 pounds from my heaviest to my least heavy. But this one goes in here. No, that does not go there. There's 2 of them in that one. How did that happen? Okay, done. Monday. More. Where's my water? I should have planned ahead here. Put these away. There, done. Navy probe finds contractor charged in Capitol insurrection was well-known Nazi sympathizer. I'm looking at a picture of him. He has a little Hitler mustache. Shouldn't that have given you a fucking clue?
Discover Baobab Essence.
Whatever. So, Skivilla, what's on your plans for today? Are you flying off to Rio or flying off to Adelaide or doing whatever needs to be done from one end of the continent to the other? Today we're having the asbestos removal guys come by. And I think once that's done, who's left the room. Once that's done, then I can sit down with my brother and talk about how we want to repair the place. If we want to repair it, or just take the insurance money and sell the house as is, or whether Todd wants to buy the house from my brother, which means he has to sell his house, so it's a complicated system to figure out. But so one of the things I'm doing, I'm sure I've told you this before, but I'm doing a lot of drawings of the house and the yard to sort of as my love letter to this place in case it does get sold to someone other than my brother, or I won't be able to visit it anymore. I find that I don't really have to look at the drawings after I do them either. I mean, some I do, and I have a couple of the drawings of the house here as my screenshots, my whatever these are called, home images, because I still think of this as home, and my Boston domicile is my treehouse. So it's just interesting how I'm evolving in my little brain here. The day after my dad died, when I was here, I did a drawing of this room from the kitchen, which I had done many times before. And even though the house technically was more mine than it was the day before, it was my father's, I looked at it and it just seemed foreign to me because he was no longer living, and my connection sort of was removed. So it's just weird. Hello, Joshua Norris. Okay, let's see. Do I upload this picture I just did? Draw something carved. A new event. For our next bi-weekly speed sketch fun, Lovett has suggested we draw something carved. I guess something carved. 20 minutes. Well, my mother carved a statue around here somewhere. Could draw that. Okay, I'm going to go to my Instagram and post what I just drew. For a while, Instagram was not allowing me to post the little videos I made. Did I make these videos here? What am I doing? That plus. Yeah, like my watches. I just posted these little moire patterns I did on the iPad. I made a brush that's just one single line and has it repeated every tiny bit. And then I draw them across the page and it turns into these parallel lines, and then I can overlap them. And get a moire pattern, which is fun. But I wasn't allowed to upload things for a long time. Do you want to see, should I upload a butt? Oh, I'm going to upload a butt. See if I get banned. It's just a butt. I'm going to upload a butt. Barely see that it's a butt. Joshua, do you like butts? Do you like butts on guys or butts on girls? Or do you like butts on... Well, next. Edit. Delete that one. Delete. I need to add this again. What am I doing, Pierre? Add. How do I get out of here? It won't let me. Okay, I just took that off. Thank you. Oh, I know why that's there. I know why that's there. 1. Two. Next. There. The leggy one with the tiny butt. Much junk in the trunk. It's a nice term. Leggy and tiny butted. Well, what do you think about the one I just posted on Instagram? TomTom.com likes it. But I've drawn him naked, so of course he would. You've never used Instagram? Oh. Well, it's weird. I never ever used it either until, I don't know, 2 years ago maybe. And I love it because it's easy and I don't have to type much if I don't want to. It's Facebook, you have to, I feel I have to explain myself. I can't just put a picture up. I have to type things. And then when people say things, they don't just give a heart. They generally say something, then I have to respond to it. And oftentimes I just want to show a picture I drew or a picture I took and I don't want to think about it. And on Instagram, people are telling me, hashtag this so more people see it. Well, I could do that, but I'm not about how many people get to see it. I'm more interested in showing it to people that already follow me than trying to get new people to follow me. Well, it's owned by Facebook now, I think. so there's, yeah, with less bullshit. I mean, they still, Instagram and Facebook, they still have the bullshit that Facebook imposes on you. But in terms of the people that see the stuff, it's a little less wordy. I don't know if I think Facebook owns it, but I really don't know. It seems to me that I can sign on using my Facebook account, so they're somehow connected, I think. So I've been having an argument with, not an argument, here's a lesson, if anyone is interested in hearing. We live in a fucked up world. And this fucked up world is often especially fucked because we have a us and them attitude. Republican, Democrat, Trumper, non-Trumper, flat earther, round earther, all of this kind of stuff. And often we never look past the flat earther believer, flat earth belief to learn that they also like fountain pens or they like kitty cats or something, and they just dismiss you immediately. So there's a guy that I follow who interviewed me about pens at a pen show twice, and his name is George Bruno, and his YouTube videos tend to be about men's relationship with their women folk mainly, but it also has to do with other things. But and so already he's speaking in another language that I don't understand because I don't deal with women folk in terms of in a relationship, sexual relationship or emotional relationship or whatever. My partner, if I had one, would not be a woman. But part of his shtick that he promotes is this belief that, you know, the family values and relationship between the male and the female in a household should be more like what it was in the 1950s, where the wife would stay at home and cook and clean and raise the children, and the man would go outside the cave and batter the poor wildebeest to death and then drag it home, and they, you know, the man would do the work and the woman would stay home. And that's a belief that a lot of people have. I think it's a outdated belief, but if one man and one woman that want to do that for themselves, good for them. I'm happy for them. I hope they have a long and happy life. But I would never, ever, ever suggest that that's how every man and woman should relate to one another in a relationship. And that's certainly not how every man should be fulfilled by having a dame by his side because it doesn't work for everyone. Anyway, 2 days ago, I think he posted on his page something about it was a packaging on a brawny paper towel that showed two women with their arms crossed, just like the guy on the brownie towels used to do. And he, underneath the picture of the two people, it said something like, brawny, hashtag, strength has no gender, or something like that. And it was clearly a way that Brawny thought they could make more money. But it's also the way Brawny thought maybe we want to support women in the workplace, and it's all, they might have been sincere in their belief about empowerment to women and blah, blah, blah. So anyway, I posted something because there were a lot of posts that were I would have thought were sexist, very sexist. And I'll read you a few. George Bruno said, here's the ad. Strength has no gender. Proud supporter of Girls Incorporated, whatever that corporation is. Just what a man wants. A brawny woman. Woke culture. I guess that's me. Woke culture is so stupid, it's funny. So, that's sort of antagonistic language for me, calling me stupid and funny, or stupid. They're calling me stupid because I think that women can't be brawny or should be brawny. Can be brawny, I guess is what I want. And some people are saying, I'm a woman, I think it's just plain stupid, someone said. Some other woman said, I can't be the only woman that doesn't want to be manly. And someone else said, if strength has no gender, why are there no women in the strongest man competitions? Well, you can't be a woman in the strongest man competition. You could be a woman in the strongest person competition. I tell you what, let's say who screams louder. Implant a little tiny sphere in a man's bladder and enlarge it to the size of a young baby and watch him try to pee next time and see who screams louder, the woman giving birth to a baby or a man trying to get a baby out of his dick. I don't know how to or his ass. Will make it maybe a little tiny bit easier for the man. And then someone else says, quote, this guy's name is the bald bastard. What do you think his comment might be? If I can pick a size, it wouldn't be brawny women. I like them less baritone. We weren't suggesting. Anyway, so I wrote, strength isn't only measured by how many times you can lift a heavy object and put it back where you found it and repeat it over and over and over again, as like I see it at a gym. One can have strength of character, for example. I also see value in being flexible or pliable, as the strong oak tree may fall in a tornado while the grasses gently sway and live to see the next day. If a woman sees herself as being Rosie the Riveter type, I applaud that choice. Strength, though, I suppose, has its place some of the time. Well, I got Coach Justin. The slight condescension in your tone doesn't go unnoticed. Yeah, I'm slight. Other people are like you could drive a truck in the you know, uh, condescension in your tone doesn't go unnoticed. I'd say by bringing up your other strengths amidst a small conversation about physical brawniness shows you're trying to qualify yourself. Physical strength has always been an asset in every culture around the world, and now brawny women are being sold as an archetype. Let's see how well that works as a compliment to a woman. That said, from one digital painter to another, your work is killer, especially the rolled newspaper. So anyway, because of that comment where he actually looked past my stupidity as a woke person or whatever, I talked to him privately. No, I responded to him privately, and then I added him on Instagram, and we've been talking back and forth, and I'd been explaining to him my point of view, and I think he understands it. It's not his point of view, but I keep on trying to say having more than one point of view there's nothing wrong with that. It is kind of chilly today. It's going to snow today here, Kesh. Anyway, I did talk about my drawing naked guys. And my thing was, thanks for the compliment on my art. Oddly enough, it was through drawing the figure that I found value and beauty in the body types that were not the ones that are most often praised. The 98-pound weakling has all sorts of angles and structure and bones that were fun to draw. The very overweight Rubenesque full-figured body too has a beauty in it that I never bothered to take time to appreciate in earlier years. I like muscles too. One of my favorite models was a guy who never had been to a gym a day in his life but had the body sculpted as if he had spent 8 hours a day doing that. He did, though, spend 8 hours a day as a luggage handler at the airport, lifting heavy things and putting them down in a different place. Another thing I learned from drawing these various body types is that each and every type had their own fan base. Let me explain a bit. Many of the people I have drawn are, let's say, amateur exhibitionists, but some people, Joshua, are, anyway, let me continue. Let's say are amateur exhibitionists like Suraj Keshav. He likes being seen naked, and I like looking at naked people, so naked guys. Anyway, many of the people I've drawn are, let's say, amateur exhibitionists. They like showing off their stuff. An example, some guy seemed to get a charge out of showing himself dressed as Little Bo Peep. Not only did that turn him on, but he had dozens of followers who enjoyed that fantasy. I used to think almost anything outside of vanilla was weird or wrong. I no longer do. I see that. It's different for sure, and I personally don't have an attraction, but drawing another rather than dismissing a guy in a dress, I'm learning to understand what makes him tick. It's really fun to learn about the range of expression produced by the range of bodies and body types. Many of the responses to the brawny woman packaging seem to suggest that women shouldn't be strong. That was what I was surprised by. The comments seem to be from people who admire strength. I guess they feel strength is a man's right exclusively. That view seems narrow. I try as best I can to see the world through as many different sets of eyeballs as I can. You may never see me in a Little Bo Peep costume, but I respect the guy in it now because I took a few minutes to talk and to learn what he thinks and feels as I drew. So then we went from that conversation to talking privately. And though he still, he said at one point, go up to the first 5 women you see and tell them that they're brawny and see how far you get. And I said, well, if I were to tell, if I was back in Boston living in my building and I were to tell the first 5 women I saw that they were feminine, I'd have my nuts on a platter because many of them are, they don't fit. They don't like that terminology. They don't, they don't dress in pink and powdery, fluffy stuff. They're regular guys. A lot of them are lesbian, for one thing, and many butch lesbian types are not dress wearers, and they don't go to the beauty parlor to get their hair done. They go to the barber to get their hair cut. Now, and there's nothing wrong with people that want to look feminine and pretty, but not everyone fits that mold. And so I'm gonna the guy that said how many strong brawny reply. I'll add a reply to him. No women will win in a strongest man contest, but they might in a strongest person contest. Post. Douchebag. So, Kesh, are you still here in the room? Well, what am I doing? Is it time for more coffee? Talk, people. Type, rather, or talk if you want to. Join me. This goes over here. This goes over here. I'm all the way in here thinking I would find a phone. Oh, it is. Right here? No. Yes. No. I thought I would find a phone charger, but I don't. It's always coffee time. Yes, I know. Well, for me it is. life lesson. Well, I'm not trying to convince. I think the main point of my story, I'm sorry that it takes me so long to say things like that, but my main part of the story is that if there's one little tiny overlap that you might have with an opponent, maybe there's a little tiny way you could not change their mind, but understand where they're coming from so that you don't say all Trumpers are stupid. I can't imagine, though, having a conversation with someone that voted for Trump the second time without coming up with that. But it's, like with, someone that believes abortion is murder and someone that believes abortion should be a choice of the pregnant woman who doesn't want to have a child. There must be someone that believes that abortion should be allowed. Can you agree that teaching sex education is really important? And my 3/4 roommate's mother she just recently died a couple of weeks ago, but she was a very conservative Catholic, and that was the one rule that she, does this candidate believe in abortion or not? And if they believed that abortion should be legal, she would not vote for that person. So that was the deal breaker for her. And I said to her son, I said, well, what did she think about sex education? No, that doesn't belong in the schools. That's what parents should teach their children. Well, what if parents don't teach them that? What do we do? So for her, there was this wall, and I don't think there was any way to get around it. But I think that there are many people who might be willing to make the wall a little less impervious to, let's educate people so we don't have pregnancies that are unwanted. Let's make men that are accused of rape pay more of a penalty than they're paying now. Let's explain to young men and young boys that no means no. And I know sometimes no might mean yes in all sorts of reasons, all sorts of ways. But no means no. Stop means stop. And some guys, like maybe people that like George Bruno's worldview, feel that the women don't have an equal say in the matter. and that women are supposed to be controlled. And I haven't talked to him about this, but it might be interesting to talk to him about it. You know, when you have a man and a woman and they're in a relationship and the man wants to have sex and the woman doesn't want to have sex, who's in charge of this? You know. Okay. Okay. Let's see what's going on here. Do I have any emails? Staples, I don't have any emails yet. Checking for mail, updated just now. Do I have any? Probably not. I'm trying to write this letter. But sometimes anyway. Okay, let's see if anyone likes my butt drawings. I see the visit. I have to go downstairs to see the workers. I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, I'm back. Zach and Jack are going to be ripping up the asbestos floor. Where are my brushes? I spent $40 on brushes. Brushes. Hey, Subtle Pasta. How are you doing today? Having any more exciting? I keep thinking of the story you told in Philadelphia about your run-in with your employer. But I won't say anything else because I don't want to get you in trouble. But I think you know what I'm talking about. Okay, I just spent $40 on these brushes, and are these brushes even worth it? Are they worth $4? Would you like to join our happy band here? You do, you do. Have you gone over to the dark side yet there? Um, well, I'll make it very gentle. I promise to be gentle. Of course, I'm joking. Or am I? Yeah, if you click on that link, you'll be invited to join me if you want. And if you don't want to show your pretty face, you could just have the camera aiming to the ceiling and we could just talk without having to type. Okay, where did I put my other paint? Ah, yeah, brownie. Ah, that was more than I needed. Payne's Gray. No, you have to take the little condom off. The condom. Trying to learn how to do watercolors here. Been watching watercolor videos to try to learn how to make them go. This particular job I'm doing, though, I don't think they want them. I really don't think they want them to look watercolory. I think they want them to look more tight, like a gouache drawing or something. This is a really skinny brush. It's very hard to hold that skinny brush. This is really fun, pushing watercolor around. As long as I don't have to make it look like anything, it's pretty fun. It's snowing here. Should I try to do an actual drawing on watercolor? There's subtle pasta. Hello.
Good to see you. It's been since before the plague,
Before the plague, it was in the dark Trump times.
right? Wow. It's good to have that be a part of the past.
Yes, it is. You're looking, if I can say this without a problem,
course.
you're looking
Oh.
particularly handsome today.
Thank you.
I like your.
Okay. No, I
Sometimes you have a beard, and other times you don't, and it's hard for me to know which I prefer.
Oh, yeah. I like the beard, but it's either maintaining the beard or constantly shaving. So it's like you can't win.
You can't do that sort of fashionable.
You haven't tried doing a
double
full beard?
routine. I have.
Yeah, I think I've seen you with a beard.
Yeah. I do the lazy. I'm just do the lazy everything these days. Fuck this. If my
Yeah.
socks don't match, it's because I didn't have the 2 minutes to find the right sock.
Right.
We we're in the end times. I don't
It's just
I don't care anymore. So let me explain something to you about
Go
what
for
I
it.
hear. I don't know whether you've seen these things really, but I really enjoy having one or two or sometimes three people chatting all at the same time together about pens. And sometimes it's about pens, sometimes it's about calligraphy, sometimes it's about hot sex. No, sometimes we have gone down that path.
Right. No, it'll happen eventually. But I totally get you. Yeah, the whole point is just the chat. This is like what we would do at conventions,
Yeah. After we were done spending all of our money, we would sit down and we'd drink a quantity of, in your case,
Speaking of which.
alcoholic beverages, in my case, fake alcoholic beverages.
Hey, whatever is bubbly.
Whatever yeah. So, but what's nice about this little group, almost everyone that's in the little thing is someone that likes pens to some degree or other. And yesterday I had a really nice conversation with a guy that follows me on Instagram named Cedar, and he lives in California, and he does these very playful, almost cartoon-like figures, and he uses fountain pens. And I'll send you a link to his stuff.
Oh, definitely, yeah. Cedar, is it? I'm guessing that's his real name,
Cedar
not his
is
handle.
in fact his real name, and his and he and I had a really nice chat for about an hour about pens and drawing. And I do talk to people about pens and calligraphy. But what I'm learning, like Tasha, who just joined us,
Nice.
Tasha, are you able to see the text or not? The comments? If you you may not
I can see her comments.
Okay, Tasha is, as are some other people in this group, they are journal keepers. And, calligraphy is not front and center. And
So that's what I
drawing-
started on, was just journal keeping. And then I got bored of the same font
Okay.
that I switched to calligraphy. It was just like, yeah.
Okay. Well, anyway, but I never really I don't talk to people who use a pen to write words that are in their head. I know I talk to people who copy words that are in other people's heads, and I know how to talk to artists about drawing, but I don't really know the experiences of someone holding a fountain pen and using it to convey their brain things to a piece of paper. And I think that that's a very different set of brain cells that are being used. I know that when I'm actually trying to write sentences of a letter I'm going to later type up or something, notes that I'm taking, I'm very sloppy. I don't really care. I don't, I often will take whatever pen I have on hand because I know I don't have to do this very long. It's just a minute and a half maybe. But I do remember when I was a student taking notes, and I do remember when I was writing articles for Penworld where I would plan my attack with a pen on paper rather than sitting at a computer typing it. So I'm really trying to understand they're the people
perspective.
They're the people I know the least. And
I can definitely provide you like something that one of my professors, his name was Dr. Yusuf, Ajmal Yusuf, and he said at the beginning of, it was systems and controls in engineering, and he said in the beginning of the class, the legibility and the clarity of your handwriting is a direct proportion to how much you care about the professor, the class, and the TA.
Okay.
And I took that really to heart, and I was just like, whoa. Like at that point, I was like, I really want to make sure that what I write is legible.
Yeah.
And it's more of like a challenge when I do it for myself.
Yeah.
But there are also moments when I am sloppy just to get it out, because it's either like I'm tired or emotional or it has to be written quickly.
I like what your professor said. Another thing that he could easily have said, I could imagine him saying this as well to an auditorium, a slanted back, lecture hall where he's looking at everyone. He might have easily said, those of you whose ass is like this far from falling off the chair onto the floor that are just slouching.
Oh, they're leaning back. They're so far. Yeah, yep.
That tells me that you don't care about learning anything. You should sit up straight, lean forward to hear my every word, and really pay attention to what's going on around you, because looking at you right now, I'm surprised you had enough sense to put shoes on before you came out to the lecture, because they're so sloppy in the way they look. And so all of that can mean an important thing. Now, I don't know if other people in your class did not take that to heart and wrote sloppily thinking this guy's just a jerk, he doesn't care. But when they, maybe the neat penmanship people did a lot better than the sloppy penmanship people. I mean,
I think I've seen sloppy handwriting, and I've also seen people that don't care. So it's people that somebody that realizes later on in life, holy shit, I need to make sure it looks good.
Yeah.
and then they try, and then they realize, okay, it may not look good, but at least I space things out correctly,
Mhm.
so that people can read it. But one of my I've had past group mates where they're doing partial differential equations on like wide ruled paper, and they're doing it in every single line. They're writing all of the fractions and all of like the sums
Oh,
and the integrals like in a single line. And I'm just like, come on, dude, like space out your work, make it like,
yeah.
legible so everybody can read it. There's
Yeah, I
everything is spaced.
know
It's
whether this is a 7 or a 1 or a minus sign
yeah,
or
or a two or a Z.
integral sign or whatever. We have to be able to see it because we're going to send a rocket to the moon tomorrow. And if we have
Uh-huh.
the wrong equation, it's going to crash.
It's gonna
So
be on your head.
maybe that's what's
Um,
wrong with Elon Musk and his sloppy people running his taking notes in his meetings. Oh, you wanted it
yeah,
to land? I thought you wanted it to look lamp. I thought it was you wanted it to lamp, not to land. I thought you wanted it to light up.
it's like it's Weast or East. I thought you said Weast.
Yes.
That's the other
So
one.
it says, "I'm so glad that I am mysterious to you, Pierre." Tasha, even if you never used a fountain pen before, I think there's mysteries about you that I haven't even come close to understanding. So
Oh,
it's always good to have a mystery. So, uh, so anyway, Mr. Subtle Pasta, can I use your real name?
yeah, you can call me Alejandro. That's fine.
This is Alejandro.
How's it going?
And Alejandro and I met across a crowded room. Our eyes met and we
We locked
smiled.
eyes.
We locked
And it was like love at first sight. No, honestly, I saw him as the same thing. I was like, oh my god, it's like an Instagrammer. Like it's this guy that I've only seen on Instagram. I've seen your artwork, and so it was like a cool moment.
It's like seeing a movie star in the flesh
Yeah, yeah.
like
Pierre, you are a famous person.
or
You gotta let it, let that sink in.
so now I met him. We met him through our mutual friend Nicola, mainly. I
Mhm.
mean, you might have seen me and recognized me, but it was, I think Nicola was the one that introduced me to you by name, I think. You don't maybe remember that. But
Maybe. I'm trying to remember, like I do remember meeting Nicola during that time, and I also remember, yeah, maybe we were just sitting at, honestly, yeah, it's been a while. It's only been a couple years. What
yes,
was it? 2018, 2017?
the thing is, when I'm at a pen show, I have such tunnel vision normally for a good, especially the beginning of it, where
For
or
good
I'm
deals.
looking at pens and I'm trying to find a pen that I want, and I don't really care who I trample to death getting to it. And it's only after when I sit around and I've got my pens and I'm playing around with them that I pay attention and
Hmm.
to other people. And Nicola is very good where the last thing he does is look for pens. It seems like he's always late. He sets up and then he's late in setting up and then he sets up and then he's busy writing people's names and stuff like that. So commerce, either selling or buying pens, is never first for him. It's always about sort of being the calligrapher wanting to talk about how fun calligraphy is and lettering and things like that.
Yeah.
So he he doesn't
We
he doesn't have that frenzy like I have. And
yeah, we both I know that Nicola was doing his own thing for a while. Like he hasn't been posting as much, and I kind of feel the same way. Like I was really into it because of it was easier to do it in public spaces, like but at home I have so many other distractions,
mm,
apart from calligraphy, that it's like the only time that I get to do it is when I'm doing my homework, and I just write in cursive. some of it,
Yeah.
just to keep the practice in.
Yeah. It'd be interesting to see what your cursive square root sign would look like.
Oh, I don't do the math in
You don't do
cursive.
cursive. Okay. I
The
I thought, what would happen if our addresses for the U.S. Postal Service ended up being bar graphs? You know, thin, thick. You know, like a regular
uh
barcode graph. How would it
yeah,
go?
yeah, like machine code. Yeah, yeah.
And I thought the way you do it is just do a line and pull it down, making it thick and straight, and then do calligraphy above and below that line, so you could still read it, but the top and
It's the
bottom,
width.
it's the width.
Oh,
Yeah, the thick and thin lines, and you
that's
could
pretty
just
cool.
have fun with the top and the bottom, turning it into little peacocks and fish, birds, and
Art
you know,
in machine code. I like it, or machine text.
yeah. So, but what I'd like to do with you here, not
Yeah.
necessarily today, but I just wanted to show you how it works. Now, what device are you using right now?
This is my phone currently, but I do have other devices. I have a laptop that I
Okay.
can,
You have an
and
iPad?
also,
If you
I do.
let me just
Um,
let me show you what I can do easily here on the iPad. I can't do this
mhm.
easily on my phone, but I can do this where I can switch to the back camera, and I can, have this on a shelf or an iPad, and I can, or on a shelf or tripod sort of thing, and I can draw while I'm doing
Mhm.
this. With a phone, it seems like you can do it, but I think you have to start it off. Start it off. I don't think you can change it once you've started.
Oh,
Doesn't it
oh, you
might,
see, like yeah, there you go. That cam button is
but
only.
but if you join with the camera aiming the other
I can
way,
change it actually.
you can.
In the settings here, I'm able to switch it over. There's no point in me doing it right now, but
Okay.
yeah, it works.
As long as it works. If you're wearing dirty socks and don't want us to see it, we can close our eyes for a few minutes. But
Uh,
because I really think it's fun to as lovely as faces can be, I think it's fun to
see what
be
you're
able
doing.
what pen you're using and how you're making a letter and how you're holding the pen and things like that.
Yeah,
And
I've been
you
cheating recently.
and you also are a lefty, and you write with a
Mhm.
hook or not?
I do write with a hook, and it really depends on what I'm doing, but I mostly write with a hook.
Okay. And even when you're doing calligraphy, you write with a hook.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. See, that's something
smudging pain.
that I think would be fun to have you and another couple of lefties talking together, and I'll
Yeah.
just hide in the corner. And um, um, and another thing would be, I'm trying to think more of being matchmaker and pick more. Uh, uh,
You're just trying to get like a talk show, like a YouTube pen talk show, if you will, of just
a shorter talk show,
yeah.
Rather than, we can easily, devolve into all sorts of stories about, well, what, are you feeling better? Is your cold better? We don't talk about pens. We just catch up with each other.
Yeah.
A lot of people find it. Do you know Todd Merrill? He comments on my YouTube videos from time to time. He's a musician in Connecticut, and he always writes very, very intelligent things about my videos and about the pens I'm using. And they're not
That's
just
nice.
factoid based, but they're also, we talk about music and art and lots of other things. but he commented on how are your videos so long? I never watch them anymore because they're like 3 hours long. And I said, well, that's just the way they are. I know I should take out the take the 4 minutes that are actually interesting, but that requires me to do the work. Anyway, I invited him to come on here,
Mhm.
and he talked for 2 hours, and it was pens.
And then he's going like, "Oh, why are these videos too long?"
Yeah, pens, and it's not that. It's just he and two other people started talking about music, and
Okay.
everything they were saying was interesting. They were learning from each other, and they were teaching me things that I don't know about music, and other people were liking it. But I don't want to interrupt that natural conversation by saying we have to stick to the script or stick to this topic. I want it to fly around. But
Absolutely.
there are times when I do want to.
And you're going to be segueing it into a conversation.
I do want you at some point to meet my friend Rob Morrison and talk together, because he's a lefty, but he learned how to write with the straight.
So, depending on the pen,
Yeah.
I will do an underhand, and I will do a traditional, writing, holding the pen like so, and up straight, you can't touch it. It's like, yeah, I will do that. And actually, it's way easier as a left-handed person to write as such, because you don't have to do that like off-kilter thing, like twist the paper in order to write properly. And like, nah, it's already in that angle.
You just do that. You have to think about doing it that way. You have to make a choice. Whereas if I suddenly started rattling off if I suddenly realized I drank my poisonous watercolor liquid here rather than my coffee, and I had 1 minute to live, and I wanted to tell you something important for the last minute, you wouldn't do that, because you'd immediately start writing in the only way you know how, which is this way.
Yes.
Yeah, but it seems to me that if you are able to write with underhand rather than overhand, without grimacing and without clenching your teeth and without horrible pain,
I can even show you some examples.
I would think you'd want to do that, just to never do the other.
Okay, I do, but I grimace.
Okay, you grimace.
So I can, and I can do it. Let me actually.
No, you don't have to show me. I mean, I take.
Well, now I want to look at it because I want to see what I was thinking about. But yeah, you were talking. Keep saying that. Yeah.
I mean, if you did it right now with the camera on your face, we can see you're grimacing. I mean, in this case, it's more the grimace that I want to see, and how your eyebrows furrowed and your teeth gnashing and stuff like that. I don't want people to be in pain, but I think if you were to do it more often. Look at that.
So there's my underhand or my overhand,
Okay.
Looks good, and then this is the
underhand. This fucking. And okay.
There you go.
See the grimacing in the words you wrote. I don't necessarily see it in your. I saw it a little bit in your brows, your furrowed brows.
Yeah, sure.
But, okay. So enough of pens. How are you doing normally in your life? This is being recorded and people are watching, so I don't need to know every gory detail, but curious.
Oh no, just growing every day, I think, is a good way to put it.
Okay.
But at the same time, I'm just ready for this to be over. I'm ready to start hanging out with people again and just get out of the house.
Well, this thing that I'm doing right here has helped me a lot, where I can get out of the house without putting shoes on. I can see people from the world and talk to them, and I don't feel as isolated as I do. I live in a building that we are able to connect with each other socially in the same room, but we go in the gallery and we work together.
Hmm.
We're far enough apart, but we can still talk and gossip and connect with people that way. But now that I'm here in Minnesota for a month, I'm really missing the connection I have with the people at Brick Bottom. Not because not because I miss them specifically, but I miss seeing other people.
Yeah.
And, I'm here in Minnesota because we had a pipe burst in the family house that we all inherited when my dad died 2 years ago. And we never got around to, because of COVID, to start selling the stuff we inherited and try to make a decision about whether we figure out if there's a way to keep the house or we have to sell the house. So we're here doing that together, my brothers and I. But I'm going back to Boston on the 30th so I can do stuff there. And I know that one of the things we wanted to do was to have you come and visit in Boston.
Yeah.
And
For the Boston Pen Show, that would be cool.
And so I think that Boston Pen Show will happen. It'll probably happen in September again, but
It's exciting.
But I'd love to have you stay for a little longer if you can, than just that weekend, because the weekend is not always good for doing anything other than be at the
Other than the Pen Show, yeah. And I definitely want to be exploring a little more.
And doing things like that would be fun.
Of course.
And when I last spoke with you, it sounded like you were thinking of, I can't remember if you were thinking of getting a new job or.
That actually went all under.
Okay.
The guy was super unprofessional. I was, yeah, it was pretty. It is what it is. You know, that's another thing. Growing every day. And
that was that opened the hotel room door naked.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I wouldn't mind working for him, but I realized no, it's he was unprofessional in other ways too.
In other ways, that wasn't the unprofessional.
Wasn't the straw that broke
straw that broke the camel's back. It was the months without contact. And like me trying to like get a hold of him and like, oh, okay, I realize now that I am not. I just don't even need to be a part of this.
Okay, well
and it was good because I was already. I mean, I'm still working on my PhD, and I was open to it with my advisor that I had that possibility, but that I was still very much involved with my PhD. It's just that. What do I do? That's really what my advisor is there for, to advise me in my life decisions. So I am asking them, I'm on track for, a good academic career, but at the same time.
Say to your advisor, I said, well, this guy opened the door and he was naked. And so can I see what that looks like here? What would you, I'm of course being joking.
Absolutely.
But
that would be pretty funny.
It's just so funny, that story that you told. Have you spoken at all with Jonathan or texted him at all?
No, and I also want to talk to Andrew. It's been forever. Miss both of them.
Well, I know that they're both. Well, I know that Jonathan isn't on Instagram or Facebook, but I know that
John, he is. He sees my stories all the time.
Does he?
Yeah, Jonathan Blumenfeld.
Okay, then he does. I guess he doesn't post.
He does not post, but he's one hell of a lurker. I'm just kidding. No, that's I know that's a diminutive term, but it's also like it's real.
Yeah, I when I see something on Facebook that I think he'd like, I will take a screenshot of it and I'll send it to him in a text. Because I don't really use Facebook that much. I show pictures I draw, and occasionally will put other things up there, but I don't really use it as much as I use Instagram. Instagram is just more about the picture, and it's easier for me to not have to fuss typing up anything hardly. So, but I'm sure that once this COVID thing goes out of the way, it would be fun for you and Jonathan to, meet and play with pens and do stuff. Because
Yeah.
I know that he's a very interesting character, and
This is your one friend.
this is this is the friend I stay with in Philly, and
Okay.
he
Oh,
what was
that's
really
right.
Jonathan.
Mm.
I don't know who you were thinking of, but Jonathan is the guy that lives in Philly. Are you thinking of someone else?
Wait, you were staying at Jonathan's place, clarinet player?
You slept on the floor at Jonathan's place.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I thought you were saying you were staying at somebody else's place
No,
besides John. I thought there was a third person.
No. Jonathan,
Okay.
I think Jonathan, and what was really fun about that conversation is that at dinner with you and Andrew and Jonathan, I've known Jonathan for 40 years almost, but I never ever asked him about what it's like being Jewish, or whatever it was, whatever that conversation was that went on and on and on with mainly Andrew talking about what it was like, what Jonathan felt it was like growing up with this Holocaust history for the Jewish people, and it was really interesting hearing Jonathan's commentary about that, and I would have never have thought of asking him. Now, why Andrew asked him that, I don't know, but it's just because Andrew had only met him that day, and what.
Oh, that's right. And
what you end up talking about is they started off immediately talking about music before Andrew even got in the door of Jonathan's house. They were talking about some piano player that they both admire, and it went on for. And I didn't know anything about what they were talking about. But I really loved hearing their enthusiasm about that topic. And then when you and Andrew were out on the porch smoking yet again, I'm sure you had all sorts of fun conversations that I've never had with either one of you, because I don't share that.
I'm glad I stopped smoking too, but it was, we were talking about Chopin. That was good.
So that's what and I love that about this thing too, because oftentimes people say, Pierre, why are you so quiet? And I say, well, I don't have anything to add to this conversation, but I am listening to every goddamn word, because I'm learning something. So keep talking. So but anyway, I know that Jonathan would very much enjoy hanging out with you, or maybe if you still do that, or if you start up doing that calligraphy thing with the Drexel people.
I missed that. Wow, I missed that.
That might be something that you might want to invite him to as well, or he does.
I actually live right next to a park. And it was on Saturday that a group was in the park doing a drawing day. And I was just like, that seems like a really good idea. Yeah. And I was thinking, I literally have all of my equipment. I still have my caddy to bring, like, the pens and the ink and the paper and the nibs and all that different stuff and the markers. And so I just need to buy more paper. I mean, actually, I'm looking at all the paper I still have. Yeah, I could probably do it. But yeah, I think it's just COVID killed my creativity.
Yeah.
And it's also, you got to remember that, like, a part of it was the response from other people. You know, it's like when you're making art, and then you get an immediate response from
Oh,
the recipient or
yeah.
from somebody.
Oh,
That's
my name hasn't ever looked that pretty, you know.
so
Like,
it's like, yeah, exactly. And then when you get that, that's a dopamine rush. Duh. That's literally like, cause and effect. I get the happy chemical after I write a name. I'm gonna keep writing.
yeah,
So but I when I do that, but here's the thing, is that I am my own worst critic. When I do calligraphy
you know,
and I write, I literally, after I write, after I do it the calligraphy, I'll point at everything wrong about it, and
well,
I'll then do it again. And then actually, I took that. There was this one calligrapher, I forget her name, but she would practice a single word and then practice that over and over again. And then for each one, she would do like 8 exercises
uh,
for each example. She would have a paragraph, the whole page is dedicated to what she could have done better. And
uh-huh.
that's what I do, and it
uh,
sucks because
uh,
it's like I
well,
like
you don't want to do that because you don't get that rush that you want. You get
exactly, because now I'm not doing it in public anymore, so it's like I don't get the dopamine rush, and then I'm not like my own worst critic is just eating me up now.
yeah. What you can do is just you know a number of different quote fonts, typefaces, script
Yeah,
type. You could just bring up 3 pens that one is a pointed pen, one's a stub, one's a something,
broad and
and you
one's
just
a monoline.
rather than doing printing that requires you to stop and move and write another letter and do that kind of stuff, just do it all in script and just say, here's your name done. Let's say you were a little old lady. This is what your name would look like. This is how you might sign your name. And you come up with a little old lady kind of script. And if you were an angry Republican racist pig, you would write like this. And
And then you do a swastika because yeah.
you dot your I's with swastikas.
Oh
You,
my god,
but I think
that's so bad.
you could have fun drawing, just showing you're not really showing off your calligraphy skills. You're showing off the pen, and I think that completely moves your self-critical side of you away. Fuck you. You go away. I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about my talent. I'm talking about how well this pen writes, and you can just by keeping it casual, and if you use the word signature rather than calligraphy, it's still beautiful, but it's not meant to be calligraphy. This is
Yes,
what your handwriting could be like if you used a pen like this. Isn't this fun because it's angular and vertical and blah blah blah? This
I
is
see what you're saying. That's cool.
and
Yeah.
it's not about calligraphy. You're showing off the pen, and I think that would be easier in public than.
Me, the whole public thing. Well, you finish your sentence. I'm sorry.
Well, I think it would be just easier to enjoy playing with the pen and writing words without feeling the need to be self-critical. You could even pick words,
So,
out of the dictionary and say, I have to write the word cooperate. What sort of, if cooperate, the word cooperate was a person, how would they write their signature? And for me, I might have all of the letters overlapping, like they're linked together like a chain. That might be a way that I could come up with it. And that
that's
would be
cool.
a fun little thing where you don't have, but because you're keeping it as, you're not doing a graphic
I'm just
logo
gonna let you know.
that has to be perfect.
Uh,
It can be a signature.
I've,
Again, you can be sloppy with a signature.
yeah, I've never thought like that before.
Well,
Not to say that you just came it up with no, but like okay, so I I do okay, so I do have multiple stages of calligraphy. You know, I have my sloppy script, which is just trying to get it down, and then I just happen to have all of them connecting, and it looks like cursive.
Yeah.
Um, and then I have it where I'm intentionally focused on pacing and swells and positioning and and that's when I actually care.
Yeah.
Um, and so you can actually see a difference between the two.
Yeah.
Um,
Can you
so at the
can
same
you
time,
can you see though that on one of them you were having fun and on the other one you were not having fun? Do you see that? Does that show up in
oh,
that?
I never not have fun. Oh, no. There's a, for me, it's about flow.
Okay.
So when I'm in flow and I am achieving this, like when I'm all I'm thinking about is the tactile sensation of the pen against the paper and the feeling of the ink flow and how it assists the gliding of the pen to continue writing. That's what I feel, and then and the pressure of the pen, the spring force of the tines. It's like all of those characteristics I'm hyper aware of when I'm in this flow state, you know, and it's really cool because besides that, I'm just writing and I'm just like, whatever, no, and then I'll actually have like a fuck up, you know, like a dry spot, or maybe the tines will be misaligned and I'll skip, or something, you know, it's like I definitely depending on the task, I
Hmm.
will change how I write,
Okay.
even the
Well,
same font.
yeah. Well, anyway, I'm just trying to think of a way where you can have fun without going down that self-critical thing, because
True.
that is a killer. Because if I looked at everything I did and saw and
What
looked
you
at
could do better.
and saw all of the things that were wrong, I would never pick up the pen again. You know, I don't, but I try not to do that. I try to, again,
Okay, so another thing that is about that is that when I started, um, it was bad, um, but I fully remember saying, "Holy shit, this is awesome! I want to keep doing it." It was so much fun.
yeah,
I I was just like, I need to keep this up. I don't care how bad it looks now because everybody starts somewhere.
yeah,
Um, it's just I've reached this, not a plateau. I would say so. Like right now, my worst enemy is borders, symmetry, abstract curves where you fill with flourishes
yeah.
and spacing, then voids. Those are the things that are keeping me from doing something new. That's what I want to do new, and I've tried it, and then every time I try it, I'm like, this looks like shit. I know I can go back to my calligraphy and do something that I know looks good.
Hold on,
Um,
hold on.
yeah. Tasha, is it bad I tend to dot my I with an X? Not at all. No, that's actually kind of cool. I like that. I don't know when you said that, but yeah.
Okay, I am back.
How's it going?
We're having the asbestos tile pulled up from our basement after this flooding.
Oh, got you. And you were,
Yeah. And the worker that's doing that just told me that his boss got delayed and can't do it today. So we're just planning out when it's going to happen. It'll happen tomorrow, I guess.
damn.
Um,
Well, I just completed the analytical solution for a partial differential equation simulating the wave of the ocean. Is weird. And basically, like, I can now, at any point in an L by L square, know the position of a part of the wave at a particular point in time. It's actually really cool. And
Okay.
so,
So should I plan my tickets to go to Stockholm when you get the award for physics, or is this something that
This
someone
is-
discovered and you're just copying?
I am just doing this. It's part of a
This-
project, and somebody has already done this, but before me.
On them. I think you need to. I think you. Well, just change it from waves in the ocean to ripples on a coffee cup or something, and you'll get
Absolutely.
maybe you can get that.
There you go.
Anyway, well, I'm really glad to have you visit here finally, and I'm glad that
Yeah, I know that you've called me in a couple times.
and I know that you're busy. I thought you were at work, but I guess you're working from home. Is that what
I
you're doing?
work from home.
So maybe it'll be easier to convince you to come on for 20 minutes sometime when I have one or two other people that might be interested, because I now know that you're a journal keeper person and also a calligrapher person.
Mm-hmm. And Tasha.
And some.
I was gonna say, so she was saying about how the little flare that you picked up. So what was neat is, I remember a friend of mine, she would tap her pen so lightly that it wouldn't make a mark for the dotting the I's. So she started doing the little circles
Okay.
instead of like a dot, just to more pronounce like periods and
I see.
dotting the I's and stuff like that.
Well-
So little X is really cool. I like that.
Work your way up, Tasha, to the swastika. I think that's.
Oh my God. Okay, that was a really bad joke when I said
But you left it at twice. I have to tell you a story. A friend of mine in Boston, this was years ago when desktop publishing and home computers were sort of the thing. And she was doing her resume to apply for, I don't remember what sort of job it was, but it was something that you had to have a resume for. And so she, typed one, printed one, made one up on her computer that had really fun font choices and, a line here and little dingbats in the corners and all of this stuff.
Yeah.
And she ended up, creating this thing in Microsoft Word or whatever they had at the time. And then she, sent it off to these various people. And she ended up being called to come in to do a interview. And she, as in the middle of the interview, she looked over and saw on the top of the desk her resume printed out. And all of the little dingbats in the corner, which had been circles or asterisks or some little shape, because he didn't have the same font, they turned into swastikas. So she had 4 little swastikas on her. and which may say that maybe her boss was a neo-Nazi and all, all dingbats turned into swastikas on his computer.
Oh my god, no!
Anyway, who knows?
So bad. I'm gonna like not do work for a little bit, and I'll do some calligraphy with you here.
Oh, good.
But I need to find my journal
You find your journal.
somewhere. I don't know. Aha!
There's your journal.
Um,
Talk about broken hearts. I don't know what
No.
that.
talk about broken hearts.
Should I talk about broken hearts?
Talk about broken hearts.
Were we talking about broken hearts when I was at
I
the
for-
door
I-
talking to cute Zach, the worker? Or is there a new broken heart, Tasha, that I didn't know about? Oh, the interview. I see. The interview. She might have gotten the job because of the swastikas. I don't really know. But
Oh my god. That's still pretty crazy
it's a
here.
funny story, and like, what else do you need to know? Okay, so you're gonna
So,
actually. I have designed a really easy tripod to use for your phone.
nice. I actually do have a tripod, so
This might
um,
be work better, but I will show you how it works. I will
Uh-huh.
do a drawing of it, and you don't have to do it now. But it's stuff I meant to do for this other guy that was I was talking to yesterday, and I said I designed this, and it really worked well, and I ended up doing it again. And now, do I have a pen with me? Of course not. So
you don't have a pen with you.
I have it
What a
in the other
travesty.
room.
Come on.
I know it is a travesty.
Damn, my table is messy. I didn't even think about that. Jeez, I don't want to. I mean, what do they say about messy table? Messy table, it means big thinker, right? If you have a clean table, that means you're doing nothing.
When Rob Morrison and I were talking yesterday, someone typed in, "I see, Rob, that you went to Pierre Gustafson's desk organization class," because it was, of course, a mess. So here's what I do. Let's see if I can draw
What, you
it.
mount it on your head or something?
No. So you take 2 wire hangers.
Uh-huh.
Come on, do I have ink in this pen?
Look, I maintain ink in my pens. You can't be leaving your pens untreated like that, man. Come
Yeah.
on.
You take 2 wire hangers and you cut you cut them here, here and here, the bottom.
Okay.
You interlock the handles.
Okay. Twist
so
them
that-
tight.
So no, you just leave them open like that, but you just do that.
Yeah.
And then you take a piece of cardboard that's a little smaller than your phone, 2 pieces of cardboard, they're a little smaller than your phone, and you tape them back to back, sandwiching this hanger thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then you've got sticking out of the corners, you make it so there's 4 corners to this thing, and sticking out of each of these corners is one of the wires for the leg. And then you
Oh,
Then you-
whoa.
you fold them down.
That's genius.
You fold them down like that, and you make a little foot, on each of the legs here, and you can tape, masking tape this down to the desk, and then you take one of these legs and you lift it up. Pretend it's taking a pee.
Uh-huh.
It's a dog taking a pee.
Yeah.
So your hand, I would move this one out of the way. You'd move this one out of the way.
The left one, yeah. I mean, hey, that's an ingenious idea.
And then you take a piece of masking tape and tape the phone over it, or
Yeah.
a rubber band.
Use anything. Yeah. Or
and it really, really, really works really easily. The legs are really easily bendable, so you can
Mhm.
stretch them and pull them up and put them down. But the best part of this is the shadow of the very thin wire doesn't get, if you have a real tripod that's that thick, it's going to have this big shadow coming over.
Shadow, yes.
And this has just a little fine shadow that doesn't get in the way really of your drawing. So
That's nice.
That's really so try that out if you can, because it does work really well for pointing straight down, at your table. You
I have an idea.
Aiming in any other direction. I mean, you're using a selfie stick right now, it looks like I see what it is, which is fine. That can work.
I have another idea though. Just wait a second.
Yeah. I mean, I'm using, if I was in the other room, I have a shelf that I put my iPad on, which is above the surface of the desk. And I just weigh down the back of the iPad with a book. But the thing is, for you and I, we also both have to look at what we're drawing. We have to see what we're showing. So we have to have the camera has to be between our eyes and the paper as well. Or you have to be able to easily see it without having to stand up and walk across the room.
So I have wire.
Yeah.
And I have a stand.
Yeah.
Just trying to think about it. Maybe I could.
Is the wire strong enough to hold up the phone?
Yeah.
Without bending, without drooping?
I'm thinking about angling.
Oh, I see what you're doing. Yeah. No, that can work. That can work. I mean, other ways that I see people do it, they put their phone in a water glass, and put the water glass on a book, and it's tilted a little bit so it can see what you're doing. But again, try the hanger routine, because I know that works. Really
I don't have a hanger. I don't have the metal hangers. That's the only thing.
You got rid of that with what's her name, the movie star Joan Crawford. No more wire hangers.
Where are my hangers? I didn't watch the movie with Joan Crawford. Let me see about this thing. I'm gonna.
Well, you can easily find a wire hanger. Go to any dry cleaner and they'll give you a billion.
True. So the next one we'll do, we'll figure that out.
I mean, what's nice about the wire hangers is the hook part of them is a nice size. It's wide enough that when you overlap them like that, you don't have to. They're already built. The platform is already almost completely built, and it won't jiggle, flop around. So.
Well, what I'm going to do here is I am just going to build another support to keep as like a fourth leg for this thing.
Okay.
And then that way it should.
Well, what you want with these things is something, the tripod could be at one part of your desk, and you just have the.
So I've used this tripod before, and the issue with it is my phone is so heavy that it falls over. So what I just need is like an extra.
I see.
Stability, and then I should be able to hold the phone in a position that I am comfortable with, that I like.
Or another way would be to put the leg that's under the phone, closest to under the phone, you just lift it up on a
If you see, I cannot because of the positioning of the ball and the cup. The
I-
back leg is always going to be on the other side of the phone. It's really a bad design. So I need to create a leg that's going to be supporting the phone from the front. That's the only way that I can do it right now.
Yeah, okay. I do know that I've got, I bought and was given a number of these um, uh, gooseneck wire things. And at the end of the gooseneck thing, where you put the camera, is a device like you have on your tripod. And on the other end is a clamp or a big squeezy prongy thing like that you slip on your table. But
Mm-hmm.
the problem is, on that particular one, the gooseneck part of it was really, really sturdy. It didn't droop or sag or do anything. But to move it around, you put all this stress and strain on the clamp on the table, and that broke. So the weak link there was the bottom, and so I bought a different one that had a clamp like you see on the bottom of a drafting set desk lamp or something, where it has a vice-like clamp, and those
Okay.
are shitty. I mean, the cable, the gooseneck part is always really, really strong, but the things at each end are shitty. So
Got you.
so I end up using I take a base of a table lamp or a floor lamp that's really heavy, and I'll hose clamp this gooseneck to it, and
Hmm.
it's heavy enough to hold, not to hold the camera up. The weight of the camera isn't going to be a problem, but again, none of them work as well, as easily and as well as this bent hanger thing. But you're
Yeah,
doing
the bent
perfect.
hanger.
Look at that.
Yeah. You know what's funny? I didn't even need this thing. So.
Oh, so what are you doing? You're holding it in your mouth?
No. The
I mean,
phone is it's actually working quite well. So I like it.
oh, it's on your tripod.
Yeah, it's on the tripod. It's working. I might need to support it later, but
But
Ooh.
is your tripod in between your chest and your hands?
Yes.
Okay.
It's not the best.
Yeah, I would find that would be very constricting, constraining.
It is. We'll see if I like it or not.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Well, I like the lighting, the little soft
Yeah.
light that you have is very nice.
It'll be dynamic.
So what pen are you using now, Mister?
This is a Sailor 1911 Slim in
Well,
the
hello.
black and gold. And I really like this pen. This is just one of my favorites.
Hello, Sailor. Well, good. And you're not a poster?
I am not a poster because it just slides off every time.
On that pen or on all?
On this pen in particular.
I know some modern pens have very sloppy, loose caps on the back of the pen. So,
let me see what else I have.
No, you don't.
Yeah, let me do some writing on this one.
Yeah. So, and you're doing your hook. No, you're not. You are.
I am doing my hook.
You're doing. Okay.
What day is it? The 15th. It's a Monday.
The Ides of March. Hello, modern and pretty pen, says Tasha.
Aw.
I sent Tasha 3 pens. One was a Eberhard Faber that has a rubbery, flexible, sort of Skyline-like nib, and I still have your Schaefer with the gold nib, by the way, and I
Nice.
did fix it, but that's going to be the carrot that's going to get you into my house. So
To finally get that pen back.
next time I see you, I have to remember where I put it, but I do have it somewhere.
Nice. I do have another pen that I want to write with right now, though.
Yeah. And I also sent Tasha a burgundy red Schaefer Touchdown that has a really, really, really fine, only slightly flexible nib, just because, just to show her that when a modern pen company says extra fine, they don't mean it.
No, you need to buy a Japanese extra fine. That's the only way that you're going to get.
They have no clue what extra fine means. And even Japanese extra fines aren't as extra fine as this particular Schaefer or
Interesting. Okay.
older pens.
Cool.
But the third pen that I sent her was one that had a crack in the back of the nib, like you see, as you often see in Moore pens.
Yeah, Moore and some maybe Todd's.
Yeah.
You'll get some cracking in those. I can't find it right
now.
You
So also see them in Waterman number 4 nibs because people cram them into a number 2 size hole, which is easy to do because the 2 and 4 size barrel and section are identical. It's just the hole in the feed is different, but you don't know that when you're.
Mm-hmm. Oh, when you're just starting, you know.
And even when you're old like me, you make a mistake. It's your birthday, Joshua. Well, happy
birthday, Joshua.
Now, Tasha, before Tasha was using the name Tasha was Joshua. So in the emails I would get from Joshua Norris and Joshua Schroeder, I always would confuse them.
Got you.
So, and I sometimes confuse you, Alejandro, with 2 people. I know an Anthony Perez and Alejandro, what was his last name? Guajardo.
Gotcha. Hey.
Texas.
No, I've never met a.
He would buy pens from me, though not in many years, but I would always spell his name wrong. I would put a. How would I do it? Was it an E instead of an A? ALE Hondro or ALA Hondro? What is it, Alejandro?
Okay, so my name is ALE Jan,
yeah.
But I've never seen an AL.
I think
maybe there is an ALA. I don't know.
I don't think there is. That was my.
Gotcha.
My inability to speak in an exotic language like that.
Gotcha.
As your name is, but.
It's like. It's since that one song that came out in like 2009, something like that. It's become way more popular.
I see. I don't know the song, and but
it's the eponymous song. So just look up Alejandro and then you'll see it.
Okay.
But you don't have to do it right now.
I won't look to do it right now. I'm looking also at how you're holding the pen in your hook way.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to see whether I'm going to hold my pen.
So mind you, I broke my pinky in 2015. So I had to write like this. So my stance is this essentially.
I see.
But when I was able to write like this again, I just kept that sort of position. Basically, I would write like this, and then because my
I was looking
my thumb
at
was
where your thumb is.
Yeah, sometimes because the thumb would be here and I would have to like write this. It was really bad.
One of our followers here on my channel is Ms. Marilyn Darling, Miss Marilyn Darling. I'm sorry, and um, Marilyn has a missing joint in both of her thumbs. So imagine
Damn.
taking out one of the joints. The one, so the thumbs are short and they also can't
This
completely
so this section?
missing.
Yeah, so well when I broke my pinky. So it's like it was like this
Uh,
when I got up, and it was exceptionally bad. So I had to they bound my wrist and my thumb and my pinky to keep this whole section immobilized, and I had access to actually these fingers were bound. So I only had these two fingers,
I see.
and I could pinch certain things, but I couldn't do that, you know.
Yeah.
So I could only write like so,
Uh-huh.
and it hurt because I had metal rods in here.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa.
So like I had to put pressure on the metal rods in order to write. And so then sometimes I would be like writing like this. I would actually like hold the pen like this just to write, like an underhand, if you will. It was really bad.
Well, I've watched videos of calligraphers and artists drawing, and sometimes I think, how do you even how can you manage to do what you're doing without and still come up with a lovely line? Because they can't even see what they're doing because their
Absolutely. That's why I have to do it this way.
hand is completely covering the nib, you know, and
Yeah.
they lay their head on the table and somehow use
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I usually lay my head on this side so that way I can actually see what I'm doing.
a mirrored ceiling to be able to see what they're doing or what. It's and I find sometimes moving the position of how I hold a pen actually kind of fun to do, though when I have to think about it, and that I forget to do that a lot. Um,
Uh-huh.
it does look though, you know, the way you're holding the pen there looks like your thumb. Like when I
It doesn't
hold
do anything.
when I'm holding a pen, I use
I use this
my,
pressure point.
my first three fingers are all of the tips of the pads of my first three fingers are all making contact with the pen.
Oh yes.
Yeah, like that.
It's like, yeah, I can imagine somebody being like very posh and like,
Well, that's
oh yes, this is how
yes,
we traditionally did it in the 50s when we got slapped for doing it anywhere else. Oh yes.
yes, and that's how we drink our tea with the Queen. That's
Yeah,
how we
yeah, you drink your tea
drink.
holding it and then the two fingers, yeah.
But I'll show you how I hold my tea. That finger's
Oh, that's good. This pencil has been with me for so long,
oh,
and I've repaired the tip, like basically like the cap has been replaced. Um, the actual barrel, like this the green sleeve that's underneath has been replaced. And I think it's about from 2007, I think is when I first bought this. So it's
okay.
a 14-year-old mechanical pencil.
Well, good for you. I'm
Yeah.
glad that you didn't just throw it away and buy another pack of 10. Or
Right.
imagine it was more expensive than
Good
that.
morning, darling. Marilyn, darling.
Join us, darling, Ms. Marilyn. We were talking about your thumbs.
And I've had to deal with that same issue because I broke my pinky, so my thumb was immobilized during that whole time. So
This is when you were skateboarding, I presume.
yup, that was Martin Luther King Jr. weekend of 2017. That was bad. Actually,
No.
wait. If you guys wait, I will show you the exact page the same day that I broke my hand.
Okay, but don't show us the picture of your face.
No, 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 no. You don't have to see the picture. No, that's nightmare fuel. Jeez.
That still gives me nightmares. Yes, but you were smiling. I mean, kind of.
Oh, that was a different accident.
Okay.
Yes. That one,
When are you going to learn your lesson?
never. I'm gonna switch to bikes when I'm 60.
I see.
Okay, let's see. Which one is it? I think it's this one.
Marilyn, would you like to join us? This is my friend Alejandro,
Nice to meet you, Marilyn.
who now when Marilyn, if Marilyn joins us, one of the issues that happens here, Alejandro, is the screen turns into 3 vertical narrow things.
I have my thing is vertical right now, so it should continue to
No,
work.
it'll be fine. It's just that you do have to pay attention to what is being cropped out, and you have even a fewer and a less wide. It also might zoom in a little bit. I mean, it
Got
doesn't.
you. I'm actually gonna have the show live on a different screen so I can see what's going on
Okay.
and be doing
Well,
my own editing
Marilyn
and master.
join us anyway. We'll see. She's in
Cool.
California, and she may have other fish to fry. No, she's right here. And
Wow, that's
Marilyn,
weird seeing myself.
add to stream. And before I let her on, Marilyn's hello voice reminds me of a parrot cartoon.
Hello.
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 How are you?
Doing well.
I'm not making fun of your voice. It's very.
I know.
It's a unique voice.
Well, when I was younger, I don't know if I told you this or not, but I had this very timid hello,
No, I do. You did.
hello.
Yeah. So you
I
had
used to kind of go like an ELLO hello. But then people were like, "What are you saying? You're saying chocolate?" And I'm like, "What?" I couldn't understand what I was saying.
Chocolate.
And I said, "Hello, hello,
Shalom.
shalom, shalom, Torah, Mamnoon." All right,
Anyway,
Oh.
so
but
Alejandro is a man I met at the Philadelphia Pen Show a couple of years ago, and he is a lefty.
oh, that's very interesting. Left people are very interesting,
So
especially if they're into writing
That's how
and
bad it was.
calligraphy.
Yeah,
this was when I
Whoa.
broke my finger.
that's
It
when
was that bad.
it was.
That's
like-
educational.
What did it look like the day before?
I broke my left hand, so I have to use my right hand on occasion when I write. But I switched to, since my right hand is worse. Yeah, it's really bad. It hurt so much. And that was the previous day.
Okay, so I could
It's-
see that there's pain in the second day.
It's yes, lots of pain. But what happened was after I got my cast removed, my handwriting got super small. And just got much tinier.
Oh, I like that.
And yeah,
I like
so
Show
that was the
Marilyn
nice.
the tiny script.
Oh yeah. So
take a
this
look.
was like some of the stuff that I was doing
Whoa.
back after when I got my hand fixed. But now it's like this sort of stuff, mostly cursive.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to have really bad handwriting. I still have really bad handwriting. It's basically so that way people can't read my writing. But when I do want people to read my writing, it's usually pretty nice.
Yeah.
That's a nice example. I usually write very large.
So now you're writing Alejandro with on the underside, right?
Yes.
Your hand.
What are you writing with?
Oh, so this is a Sailor Pro Gear Slim, and I just really like it. It's a nice pocket pen, and I am using
the Sailor. The Sailors seem to be very good pens. I was thinking thoughts about getting one, but I'm like, I'm not paying more than $100 for a fountain pen. If I am, it's going to Pierre's pocket because
I bought this one on sale. This one was $150, but
nice.
I looked online and its usual price is like $215. So, but I will absolutely say I was ready to buy a new one. I lost this pen for a little bit, and I was like ready on the spot.
Here's an example of my everyday writing. You can't even tell what it says.
No, but I like the flourishing, and it just feels very old timey. I like it. if that's a good word for it.
Yeah. Now, people often yell at me because they're like, "What is this?"
Tasha is saying here that you're essentially that's just Doctor's Chicken Scratch.
Yeah, that's Dr. Chicken Scratch for sure.
Do I explain this again to you people? The reason that we can't read doctors' prescriptions, but pharmacists can, is doctors and pharmacists both write in Latin and use abbreviations. So
well, I haven't written a prescription since my third day after I got my first job at being a medical professional. So I don't know. We had to do it all through computers now. The only time we ever write prescriptions is for Norco or, hardcore drugs, but
I just
very rarely.
I went to the eye doctor because I had a horrible itch in one eye only, and the doctor said it was an allergic reaction. I said, how can I be allergic in one eye? And he said, well, sometimes that happens. Anyway, he wrote me a prescription for eye drops, and he said, just bring this to the thing. He tore off the thing from the tab and he gave it to me. And I said, what does this say? I said, and he explained to me, he said, well, we write in Latin. So he knows I'm an ophthalmologist.
No way.
And O means ocular.
Ocular.
And S meant sinister. So it was my left eye.
Your left. Uh-huh.
And then there was something that meant daily, DM or whatever, D. And so, but he explained it to me. And I said, oh, okay, I understand. I can see OSD. I know what this meant. But
that's pretty cool.
And, but now if they do it on a computer, I imagine you still, Marilyn, use abbreviations for things. You don't write twice daily in left eye using LEFTEYE. You just go OD.
No, we have a computer system where we just click like a drop down menu.
I see.
And we have like a search section. We type in the first 3 letters of the medication that we want, scroll down to the one we want, poke it, go over to the next one, how many milligrams it already knows, poke it.
I see. Okay.
I mean, a fucking 5-year-old could do it. That's what makes me mad about this whole thing. It's like we go through the 14 years of med school, and then we have to learn all of these medications and all of these procedures and all of this thing, and then to have a computer do it all for you after the fact. Oh, it just makes me so mad.
So, I thought about that too, about how as an engineer, we're very close to getting AI to do a lot of this stuff, but you have to remember that as a person in science, we cannot rely on a computer because the computer was made by a human with error.
Right.
And so we have to account for that. And so we have to know these things in order for us to make sure that people don't die. That's really it.
Computers only know facts. That's what they
Yeah.
taught me in medical technical school. Computers only know what you teach them, and you can teach them the overlapping variables. But if there's a variable that the computer doesn't know about, it's obviously going to make a mistake. It's going to choose one or the other, not knowing that there's a middle ground in there.
Wow,
So,
that's a good point too. Didn't think of that.
computer learning is something that we had to figure out when I was learning the Da Vinci, because the Da Vinci has something called an anti-shake. And we used to have a doctor who had like a tremor in left hand, and he would sit there, and work the computer, but he would tremble, but the machine inside the patient wouldn't tremble.
That's
It
cool.
would just do its job. So it had an anti-tremor. But the thought was, why do we have to have an anti-tremor? Why don't we just retire the doctor and go do something else? But it's good for those very precise, things that you have to do inside of a body. But if you take away that variable so that the patient doesn't die, then that's good.
Mm-hmm.
But there's only so much variable that you can have to take away. But doctors has a face in a 3D, like inside the patient.
Mm-hmm.
So
There's an A, scarlet letter there, Mister.
There you go.
Is it scarlet?
Oh, this is Caroline d'Egypte. This is like the Jacques Albin series. I think I forget what color.
I'm so stupid. I call it Cornaline d'Egypte.
Oh yeah.
Because
Oh well, there's Caroline d'Egypte, and then there's Caroline de Chypre, which I think that one's the brown one. So maybe I'm wrong. Let me check my bottles here.
No, you're right. I'm just I have to overemphasize things because white people are
Caroline of
stupid.
Egypt. That's okay, man.
Egypt.
I am
Plus,
using.
French is a very weird language. They take the end of the word, cut it off, and they take the beginning of another word and they smash it together. It's like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, Germans do that too.
Is-
And, the Japanese, I think, also are very pragmatic with their languages. This was a really fun ink. So this one
What
is
is it?
Jungle
I do ink
Volcano
reviews. Oh, nice.
by Krishna Inks.
Oh, I love Krishna.
And this just had a really nice green and orange sheen. The ink straight up smells like iodine, but
what makes iodine red? Let's use some of that.
yeah, let's use it. Yeah, and
So a friend
I
of
will
mine,
never use this in a pen, a fountain pen, because of the particulate. It is such a high maintenance ink.
get a Noodler's Conrad.
Yeah, right. Just get the cheapest of the cheap, and then do it.
Well,
Honestly,
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that it's easy to clean out because you pull the nib feed and you use it like an eyedropper.
yeah,
Shoot,
I have a bunch of
easy to clean
pens for that. I have
Anyway, my friend gave me the Krishna mixable set.
the mixable set. That's cool.
Yeah, I love it. I've been using the black like crazy though.
Yeah, so let me actually
Makes
bring those
really
inks
good
here.
calligraphy ink. Which
I
is
don't know why they
surprising.
call it calligraphy ink. It's all ink.
Well, there are inks that you're not supposed to put in a fountain pen.
I mean, I would just call those dip ink, or like just basically call it what it is, so that way people can make an informed decision. So it's like if it's an
Acrylic
ink
ink or
that an
gouache
acrylic
ink.
ink or a pigment based ink, exactly, like having
Right,
that
right.
information would and calling it a calligraphy ink is just gonna bring up the price
Confuse
$5.
people. Right.
Yeah, but this is the one that I have loaded in my
Waterman Serenity Blue.
yeah, the mysterious blue. I really like it.
Is
And
it
this one,
mysterious?
yeah, this is the mysterious blue. This is
Oh,
an old bottle from the
oh,
50s, and my boss gave this to me
wow.
when his old back at Drexel, his the person that was in his room before him when he retired, he left a bottle of ink from the pen and ink days. But
Right.
I like it. It's actually neat. They use the exact same
Model.
bottle markings, which I find
Yeah,
phenomenal. And
that's
even
awesome.
notice that the modern bottle
What
has
is
the
the
number.
Encre black? Encre is black, isn't it?
Yeah, Encre is ink. Noir is black.
Oh, Encre noir.
Yeah.
I don't
So
speak
there you
much
go.
French. I speak a
Don't
little
worry
bit of
about it.
Latin and things. But I
Um,
I just bought a new bottle of Waterman Black.
nice.
Encre Noir Intense. And I just replaced all the ink that I used for my Parker series shootout. And where's your box? I got your box and it's all set up.
Up in the
Here.
box. Nice.
Are you listening?
I'm sure.
I see the box.
I got up here. He loaned me how many pens?
I loaned you, I think, did you mail them today?
No, I haven't gone to the post office. I literally just woke up. So
I mailed
Oh,
Marilyn
wrong.
a video about the 51, an original 51, and the faux 51s made by Hero and whatever they are.
I sent you a couple, and I think that you're gonna like them. Oh, where'd they go?
Yeah,
And then look at me doing the smudge.
Nice. I sent Pierre a couple of pens that I really think that you're gonna like. Now, you might think that the filling mechanism is crap, but I tell you, it's probably one of the coolest things I've ever done in my whole life.
Okay.
It has a push-pull system on the back. It's a piston. Push it in. You turn it to unpull the piston. You put you have a bulb syringe.
Yeah.
Put a bulb syringe in the back and shove the water through it, and it cleans it in like 5 seconds. It is the coolest thing ever.
Okay, great. Well, I'll take a look.
I also put another one in there so you can take a look at it too.
Some of the with any sort of piston that slides back and forth in a tube, whether it be the pen or a converter or whatever, there's that little gasket.
It doesn't have a gasket.
Okay. But
it's
anyway,
like a giant plug.
Yeah, in those things though, any kind of a converter that has that thing that moves up and down and pulls the ink in and pushes it out, is that gasket is not going to last forever, and
right.
At some point it will have to be replaced or something. And
I mean, isn't that with every pen? You got to replace the ink sac. You got to replace.
Something.
they all have something that has to be replaced. Even eyedrop filler pens. If I were to, Marilyn, if you were to use that pen forever, that Boinga Boinga pen, the Waterman POC or whatever it is,
Right.
At some point, the hard rubber threads are going to wear down.
Well,
just-
right.
That's just what's going to happen, and at
Yeah.
some point, it'll start leaking.
Oh, it already has. I put a gasket.
Yeah. So it is. Nothing will last forever.
That's right.
But the more complicated a pen is, like a Schaefer snorkel has
Oh my gosh.
at least 4 rubber parts, maybe 5 rubber parts that have to all work in order for it to fill. And
Right.
so there's 5 things that 5 places that they will go wrong.
It could fail.
And rather than a regular sack in a pen with a lever has one rubber part will go bad. The metal, will eventually decay, and the plastic
absolute
will
shit.
dissolve, but all of that other stuff will happen too in the fullness of time. But in our lifetime, really the only thing that's going to go wrong is the lever.
Right. That's
Is the rubber sack.
basically
So
a lot of the new technologies. They make them so that way you can buy the parts for them in bulk, I guess.
okay, so now you're using a dip pen, Mr. Subtle Pasta.
Yup.
You're writing with an underhand.
Are you using a blue pumpkin? Is that what I see?
Yup. That's Steno Blue.
You color ink people you're a completely different breed from me. I don't
It's just boring.
I mean,
Why the hell do you want just one color? What are you doing with your life? Jeez.
I review inks.
I'll-
Let me see if I can set my camera up just really quick so I can show
want
you.
I want my ink color gold. That's all I care about. So look at Marilyn's setup.
Oh wow.
And look at how the thing goes over the top. Can you show that again, Meryl?
I have
Well, anyway.
I have this arm that I got from Amazon, and it has
Alejandro?
Yeah,
like
I'm
a
watching.
ball joint, and it has like a hair clip looking thing.
Yeah.
But I got the hair clip looking thing from the 99-cent store.
Okay.
It was meant for like a car suction thing,
Yeah.
but I stole it and I put it on this. Oh, my little ring here's breaking. Anyway, but yep, I use that for my top down when I do top down videos.
really-
And then
A great design that you have.
I could show people what's going on down on my desk. So I have this thing of ink, and then I have this thing of ink.
Nice.
So I am full of ink.
Now,
That's great.
those little dots you put on, those little pocket protectors, they have the actual ink color that you applied to them?
Yeah.
See, you're so clever. You don't
Well, I wasn't the first one.
you don't allow the label to show you what they are, or because you can't see the label without pulling it out anyway. So here you know exactly where that pink is.
You know what they are? They're
Page protectors.
they take page protectors, right?
Yeah.
Yep. And I saw this lady doing it, and I thought, oh my god! I used to not have them for like a whole year, and then I made the mistake of not reading a label when I thought I was putting an ink back in a thing, and I ruined one of my favorite inks. Oh, I was so mad.
Which ink was it?
California Teal.
From whom?
I ruined like a Monteverde California Teal.
Oh, Monteverde. Got you. I have not used a lot of Monteverde inks.
It's a
I have-
beautiful tealy green ink with some very nice red sheen when it dries really nice. And I put like a black in it on accident. So I learned my lesson and I label everything now.
That actually sucks. I can't imagine that. I actually ruined a bottle of what is it called? The ultraviolet ink
Oh,
from
Noodlers?
Noodlers. Yeah, the Blue Ghost. I
Love
I-
Blue Ghost.
I put in a different syringe and I was just like not thinking about it. I was like, oh my god! And now it's
Oh,
no
no.
longer clear.
Yeah, that happens.
I'm just having fun here now. You know, he got me in the calligraphy mood.
I just hope and pray that they never have to ALS my room because I went through an entire bottle of Blue Ghost. I spilled it all over my desk, all over the floor.
Oh, yes.
ALS is what does that stand for?
They're going to think that she murdered someone.
They're gonna think I murdered someone.
Got you, yeah.
Yeah, because
Sounds about right.
Yes, the blood spatter shows that Marilyn Darling used a butter knife and a salad fork to dismember.
Yeah, I use a butter knife and a salad fork. You know, my name is actually Armin Mavis. I ate 40 pounds of a person before my neighbors called because of the smell. So I'm right now just getting water to clean my pen, and I actually have an empty bottle, one of my TWSBI bottles, because I think I'm gonna, I don't know, this ink is just so small, like there's so little left that it's not gonna like touch the pen, like the nib, and then every time I touch the pen into the bottle, I get like crusty
all over
ink
the, yeah.
all over the handle, and then now you see my hand is covered in, you know, gritty. It's gritty sperm.
I have these little
No,
tiny
neither of you got
pots that I got with the Krishna set. They're so tiny and they work really awesome for just
Like the last drop.
Mm-hmm.
That's
It's
good.
good for calligraphy pot.
Well, you have to use when you run out of ink. You get up. That's when you get out your snorkel pen and you can slurp up that last drop.
Hmm.
I'm going to go downstairs and get some watercolor paper from the studio because I'm using. There's my watercolor paper here is a block, which I end up having to. You know how watercolor block paper works?
No,
Yeah.
actually.
It's a tablet where all of the sides are gummed. It's like, you know, it's not
Just
just
to keep it from rolling.
It's to keep it from
Oh.
warping.
Warping, yeah.
And it's a block of paper.
It's a block,
Yeah.
so you have to put a little knife in. There's one section that isn't gummed. You put the knife in, and then you sort of cut it around the whole top. When you're done with the
Got you.
and
Yeah.
the problem is the gum is when it is old like this one, it sort of has hardened and it doesn't come apart as easily.
Doesn't want to come off. Got you.
It does. You sort of have
As
to.
Tasha said, you don't have enough colors.
Are you trying to say you write with every other doctor in existence? Probably.
See, you have
I mean,
you have to circumcise the paper. You stick the knife in here, and then Actually, this is not working as badly as it did the first couple of times. So maybe it's learning its lesson.
That's beautiful.
There. Circumcised. Stop it, Marilyn. So last night I have to do this watercolor drawing still of these flowers. And I've been
You haven't done it yet?
Well, I've done it a million times, but the client and the middle lady keep on, I don't want it to look like that. I want it to look like this. And, so now they wanted to add a different color to the mix. And I have to do it again. So what I'm going to do this time, I'm just going to draw individual flowers and individual leaves, and they're going to pick which ones they want, and then I will assemble.
You want this one?
I'm going to assemble them later from the menu. I'm not going to, because I don't want to have to draw this a fifth time for the price of one. I want to just do it once and be done with it.
Yeah, I get that.
And I had an argument with the middle lady. I asked, okay, they want these flowers. What do they want for the green flowers in between? Do they have any requirements? Just eucalyptus. So I took that to mean they just want eucalyptus, where I think she thinks they mean that's the only, among the variety of things that you're going to draw for us, we want one of them to be eucalyptus. So that's not the same thing,
Yeah, definitely not the same thing.
It's not the same thing, but I don't know what the client wants, because I don't think she's also very afraid of confusing the clients. I think she feels that she's a protective mother of these virginal girls that are going to their wedding. She wants to make sure that's their perfect day, and there's nothing wrong with that, except when I have a complicated question that I want answered so I can do the job, I don't think she likes to make them have to think too much.
When in reality, that's your job. That's what you're being paid for.
And I can't read their mind. And, none of them are artists. So when I see a sample of what they're showing me, like I had to do a drawing of the Boston Public Library, and they said they want the drawing to look like this. And she sent me this image of a line drawing of a building on a street, some buildings on a street. And what I saw, in addition to the line drawings of building on a street, I saw that, some of the windows weren't rectangular and some of them exactly above each other. And it looked sort of very casual and sort of lively because of the non-accuracy of it. It wasn't tight, and like a architectural drawing, it was more casual. And do they want that or not? Do you want me to make the windows rectangles, or do you want them to be weird trapezoids?
Right.
And they, she may have made the decision for them, and sometimes the middleman does that. She makes the decision for these people, for her clients, thinking that they want something, and there's many times when they don't want what she thought, and I have to do it a third time. I have to, okay, well, so I'm just telling her, I said, I really have to answer, I have to ask very specific questions that I need very specific answers for.
Right.
And I can't do this. And you know, if I met these people face to face in my studio and we were just talking and I was pointing things out and I was doing quick sketches, my interrogation of them would not sound like I'm the FBI trying to find out where, you know, the accomplices are in the bank robbery. I'm just talking with them about, you know, where I'll be describing, see, I really like this drawing because look at the way the lines are very free and open and sort of loosey-goosey. You know, if I were to type that out without having my hand making these marks on the page, then it becomes every little word. They're trying to figure out what they mean by that, what I mean by that, and it's really hard. It always
Sounds like it.
It's almost like, you know, teaching the stewardess how to land the 747 when the pilots both died of food poisoning, you know.
And that's when we just talk about what we were just talking about, how the AI can do everything.
Yeah.
So you just set it to autopilot and it'll land itself.
Yeah. Well, this was before that happened. Okay, so you're using a brush now?
Yeah.
Brush. Okay.
I am simply experimenting with how to transfer ink to a page, because I'm seeing a lot of like where I can get these tails, these sort of like
Yeah.
wispy ends, which is good. That's what I want. I want consistency. Basically, I'm trying to mimic what I can do with a standard pen. And so something that's neat is Roman capitals. So Roman capitals, you know, when you do it with a pen, you have to do a twist. And so it's similar to Celtic unseal. And so in unseal, you do this flat to 10 degrees. So it's a flat to 10. And what I mean by flat to 10 is, or 0 to 10 degrees, is that it goes 0 to 10, whatever. It could be something like that. And then you can use that. So it's like here, we're going to go from, 60 degrees to 0. And that's going to be the portion, it's going to be the underside of that A. So we can use these techniques of manipulating the orientation of the brush head
To make
to make the serifs, exactly. And so they did not have these 2,000 years ago. They had a brush. They had a flathead brush. And so that is what I'm learning right now, or at least attempting.
I believe they had a reed. Well, I don't think that they even had brushes back then.
No, they had no. That was the one thing that I specifically looked into, was that they had. Let me do this research. Roman brushes.
I mean, they might have had brushes, but they kind of look like reeds.
You guys.
Yeah.
But before that, even before that, let me get my thing out here.
Get a
let
stick.
me get my back camera. Okay. Before that, though, let me get my paper. You have to pay attention. What does serif mean in Latin, Ms. Marilyn? Comes from the same root as serrated. What does serrated mean? It's a cutting.
Jagged? Cutting?
It's a cutting knife. It's to cut. So when they were carving,
do you know how long it's been since I've used actual Latin?
Anyway, well, here's if I'm carving on a arch on a building, right? Here's my piece of stone, and here's the base line, and here's the top line, and I'm going to make a capital I. I get my little V-shaped chisel and I start chiseling, and I get all the way to the top and I stop. It's going to look like it's going to sort of look like that. And they wanted the top to be flat. So they would initially incise that top and the bottom with a line. And as they're chiseling, at some point, the stone breaks up to that line. So those serifs originally were sort of accidents that just happened when the chisel was cutting.
Wow.
So that is when they're imitating the lettering in with their brushes and their reed pens and everything, they were sort of
mimic stone.
They were copying. There's another thing that was really fun. There's a couple of Roman houses that were built, and you see them in the Forum or around cities in Rome, and they look like they're big Lego blocks turned on the side because they've got these big round protrusions, these pegs sticking out, and those were on every rock, every stone that was being hoisted up, because you had to lift the stone somehow. So they would carve these knobs on these things so you could lift them up with your pulleys and your ropes. And then once the house was done, they would go in and start cutting them off. Well, someone decided that they wanted to keep them on. And there was a little fashion at one point with polka dotted houses in Rome because of that. So anyway,
in ancient Rome, there was a fashion to have polka dotted houses.
There was a fashion for polka dotted houses.
Wow.
Let's see if I can find a picture. They weren't polka dotted, they were just dotted. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Roman architecture, Hitteseure dots. I don't know if it is. And that wasn't helpful.
I have to go do work things now. So,
no. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to do the same.
I might be back in a little bit. I'll see you later.
Yeah.
Take care, Marilyn.
You too.
Nice meeting
Bye.
you.
Nice meeting you too.
Okay. Roman houses with extended dots. I'm trying to find, how do I describe this? Ancient Roman houses, detailed. No, I'm going to try to find a picture of this, but it was just funny that things that were meant to be functional or things that are become part of the look of something, whether it be cuffs on a men's sports coat, or buttons on a men's sports coat, or little hooks on raincoat belts, where hangovers from carrying a sword around with you, and vents on a back of a coat so you could ride a horse, and all of these things, they're even though we're not riding horses and carrying swords around with us anymore, we still keep those little bits and pieces.
I see what you're saying. That's cool. And yes, you're absolutely right. We things that are pointless now, that we just have no need for, we still cling on to for the cool factor.
Yeah.
Well, anyhow, I do have to get going. I'm gonna keep on working.
Well,
get some finals done. But this was so much fun.
say thank you so much for this. And what I'll do is when I talk to other lefties, out there, I will see who else I can get to join us, and other journal people. So maybe you can move your brain back to before you started doing calligraphy, but you were using fountain pens for journaling. If you remember what it was like back then. And we've talked for 4.5 hours. Can you imagine?
It has not been 4.5 hours. I got in here at like the 2 hour mark. We've been here for like 2 hours though.
It's 4 hours and 27 minutes I've been broadcasting. So
Yeah,
but anyway, this is fun. I mean, it's casual,
I love it.
and we can go down any path we want to, more or less. And occasionally there has been only one instance of a wardrobe malfunction. Suraj showed his little bits, and they weren't so little. I mean, he showed his bits by accident, or maybe not so. But
Oh my god.
anyway, he has since apologized for that. But it is fun. So
It is what it is.
let's keep doing it, and I'll try to keep the ones where I actually come up with people to meet, to maybe have those be less, have them remain focused rather than all
Well,
over.
just edit. I think
Yeah.
that's a good one too. Is just edit.
I have to do that. I can't do that here. I have to do that when I'm home, and I'll just find the little bit that I want. And sometimes I do want to do one where I just show maybe the people that are doing this laughing, because we often jokes are said or things that people say are surprising, and it gets us on a little giggly path, and I think that might be kind of too. So okay,
Yeah, definitely.
well, you be good, and I'm gonna get some food in me, because it's kind of
same here.
1 o'clock
Yeah.
in my time zone. So
That's
see
true.
you later.
It's 2 over here. All right, I'll see you around. Take care. Bye.
Bye, Tasha and Marilyn and everyone else in TV land. There's 9 people watching us. I don't know who they are, but next time you 9 people are here, why don't you type and say hi? Bye.